Left the house?
Yes.
I do not recall.
Do you remember
It
what
was
time?
probably 10 to 15 minutes later.
All right. Do you know what time you arrived at the
No,
hospital?
I do not.
Okay. Now,
We coded to the hospital prior to one.
I'm sorry. What?
We coded to the hospital prior to one, lights and sirens to the hospital.
Okay. All right.
Just to get them.
Was it bag trash?
Some of it was bag trash. Some of it was just laying around.
And you indicated
I'd say majority of it was bag trash, yes.
Okay. And you'd indicated there were cats in the house?
Yes.
Did you observe any?
Yes.
Any idea how many?
I think I saw at least 3.
Now,
See them flying around in the room.
so there were a lot of fleas around?
Well, there still was. Yeah. And if I may, when we got to the hospital, the patient stated that he had set off a flea bomb the day before but stayed in the house. So that we were considering that as a possible cause, but I deduced that if it was the case from that flea bomb that caused it, his lungs would have been burned, and his lung sounds were fine. So I pretty much ruled that out at that time.
Okay. And you also...
I don't remember exactly. I think they were a pair of shorts and like a T-shirt, but it's almost 2 years ago, so I don't
I
really
understand.
remember it.
Okay. You indicated he was intoxicated?
He appeared to be intoxicated, yes.
You didn't do any measurements or anything with that?
We don't have any way of measuring that.
All right. You just took him to the hospital, right?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Nothing further.
His skin that badly, it would have affected his lungs.
Okay.
And
Do you know what a flea bomb is?
Yeah, it's I mean, same thing we buy at the store just to kill all the bugs in the house.
How does it work?
Push the lever on top. It sprays a chemical into the air. You're supposed to evacuate when you do that.
So that's like an aerosol can, right?
It is. Yes.
So it creates stuff, a gas, basically.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. And so if he was inhaling the gas...
Correct.
Thank you. Nothing further.
His skin, and they were going to obviously do an X-ray or whatever
They were going to take a look at it.
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? This court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated.
May I proceed, Judge?
Yes, please.
Employed, sir.
I am a registered nurse at Ascension Genesis in Grand Blanc, Michigan, in the
How-
emergency department.
How long have you been a nurse?
14 years.
Have they been all at Ascension Genesis?
No, I worked at McLaren Flint's emergency department for 4 years prior to coming to Genesis.
Okay. Was that also in the ER?
Correct.
Okay.
I did my associate's degree for nursing at Delta College up in Saginaw, and then I'm basic life support trained, advanced life support trained. I have certifications in trauma certifications for our ENPC as well, or TNCC, as well as pediatric trauma as well. I was also critically care trained when I became employed at Ascension Genesis.
Okay. And what was your position then?
I was just staff nurse in charge of I was assigned to the trauma rooms.
So what's your duties there? What do you do?
I taken all of the level traumas, anywhere from level 1 traumas all the way to level 3, and then depending on if my coworkers need assistance, I assist with them as well.
Now, what's more serious, level 1 trauma or level 3 trauma?
Level 1.
Level 1, okay. Do you recall a patient? Why do you recall him in particular?
It was a pretty unique case. I remember it was a few hours before my shift was ending, and we got the call about a possible burn coming in. And even before Groveland brought the patient in, the paramedics approached me and were like, "Hey, we should probably take a look at this guy because we don't know like what's the cause of these burns," because we were concerned about possible chemical or some type of chemical exposure. So
okay, so I'm gonna stop you there.
Yeah.
Did he come? Did you have?
Oh, I'm not sure if we actually activated a level for this, to be honest with you.
Okay, why not?
I don't recall.
Okay. So what happened?
So I'm like, I said, absolutely, let's go take a look. And I kind of looked the extent of the burns. I'm like, okay, let's get him into the trauma room and then get the physician in there to assess him, and then kind of proceeded with the care. After
I'm going to interrupt you again. I'm sorry. When you were examining,
it was like in like the EMS like ambulance garage area, I do believe.
okay, and when you examined him, was he wearing anything?
He was dressed. I think he just had t-shirt and pants on, I think.
All right. Did you see any injuries to him?
I saw extensive burns, a lot to the forearms and then face and head.
Okay. Did you?
Not extensively as much as when we got him undressed, but I did notice burns to his lower extremities, yes.
Okay. What happened after you examined him in the ambulance garage?
I promptly told him, let's get him into the trauma bay and get him undressed and on the monitor, and then I went and got the physicians on duty that day.
All right. And what happened then?
Started getting him undressed, obtain IV access. The physician at the time said that we should decon this patient, meaning we don't know what the offending agent is, so we put him into our decontamination room and started rinsing the patient down for any type of chemical materials or anything like that.
Had you ever done that before?
No, actually I haven't.
So 15 years, this is your first time?
Correct.
Okay. Did that have any kind of effect on him?
It was uncomfortable, and the water's warm, but with burns and all that, the deep burns aren't necessarily as painful, but like the surrounding tissue around that's quite painful.
I want to stop you there.
Yeah.
You said the deep burns are not.
With full thickness burns, as we classify them, the nerve endings are damaged to where they're not functioning anymore. But with all burns, it's not solely just like a full thickness burning. It'll go from full thickness burn into worst part, then it'll kind of progress out to deep partial thickness and like superficial, and like the surrounding tissue around like the deepest burns still have active nerve endings and cause quite a bit of pain.
Okay. But the deepest ones themselves don't have those nerve
Typically,
endings?
no.
Okay. And you said some of these burns were pretty deep.
He had quite a bit like on the top of the head, and I want to say right lower leg, I recall being some of the worst ones, and then left forearm as well, I believe. So I've seen, yes, but not from not in my nursing career I was a paramedic as well, and so I've seen like house fire burns that were that bad.
Okay.
I really just with any patient, just making sure we have a patent airway. We go like airway, breathing, circulation, or like the primary for any type of assessment. And he was conscious. He was maintaining his own airway. He was talking to us a little bit. He was uncomfortable during the decontamination, and then also becoming cold because you lose your ability to thermal regulate when you have such profound burns. Your skin can't keep heat in, so you can get pretty cold pretty quick.
Now, you said he was
moaning. He wasn't necessarily crying out at this time, but he was moaning and stating that he was it hurt when we were wiping him down, and then he was shivering a little bit from the decontamination.
Okay. What were the next steps?
Dried him off, got him back into the trauma room, and then back onto the monitor. I started asking him what was going on, what happened, and he originally stated that he's like, oh, well, I did bomb my house, used like an insecticide bomb a couple days ago. He's like, maybe that's what caused this. And
what did you do based on that information?
After he was hooked up to the monitor and I started doing fluid resuscitation, I contacted poison control about the exposure to a possible insecticide. My discussion with poison control, she stated that it's not typical of like an aerosol pesticide to cause any type of like chemical burn or anything like that. It's mostly just respiratory irritations, difficulty breathing. Can provoke worsening like asthma symptoms and stuff like that. She stated
I'm going to stop you so I can.
Correct.
Okay. So then what?
She said what I was describing was more like an alkalytic type burn. After I got off the phone with poison control, I reported my findings, what I spoke with from poison control to the physicians, and I received no further orders at that time.
Okay, I'm going to stop you here again. I'm sorry.
I'm just going to flip through a few pages here. In particular. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Okay, what is this?
It's the patient's electronic health records.
Okay, so these are his medical records?
Correct.
Okay. And how do medical records work at your hospital?
Well, we have a electronic health record that we enter in data such as like the HPI or like history of present illness, kind of going over how the patient originally presents, and then we typically include like PERT positives and PERT negatives, meaning like PERT positives, like what we objectively see that would kind of point us towards like a differential diagnosis, and PERT negatives meaning that like it's not likely for other differential diagnoses. And then we enter in vitals where we where our IVs are accessed, medications administrations, and then any other pertinent information regarding to the patient's status, whether if we contact an admitting physician for orders, or if there's a change in the patient's status.
Now, this is something that all medical personnel are required to do, correct?
Correct.
And this is part of your ordinary course of business?
Correct.
And you make it as close to the time that you actually did the action as possible, is that correct?
Best of our abilities.
Okay.
If I could, just quick, briefly cross-examine. So,
No. The physicians enter their portion in, and then whoever else is consulted enter their portion in.
All right. And those.
I don't understand.
Did you take a look at the record?
Correct.
You don't really know if they're accurate or not, but you believe that they are?
I do.
Okay. I'll have no objection.
So admitted?
Thank you. These medical records are made by.
I believe I did.
Okay. And after you talked to them, you had said you had no further instructions for a little bit.
Correct.
What happened next?
I went back to assess my patient. I recall I only had a very small gauge IV access at that time. And with burn patients, fluids resuscitation is quite important because you lose quite a bit of fluid through the burns and then just through the patient's inability to, like, through cell destruction, you lose intercellular fluid. So we follow like what's called like the Parkland fluid resuscitation to keep the patient's vascular system intact.
Were you able to stabilize him?
I didn't get another IV like I wanted to, but his vitals were stable at the time.
Okay. At some point, did you allow him to see visitors?
Yes, two gentlemen came in. I believe they were both sons.
Okay. Did you?
They did.
Were you present when they were talking to Mr.
I
Ward?
was.
Can you tell us what they were talking about?
They were trying to discuss. They were like most of us were like what had happened. At this point, the patient did seem slightly more responsive than when he first came in. Discussing with that he remembered his daughter throwing a white powder on him when he was on the couch.
So you heard him say this?
I did.
Okay. Did you also?
I believe so.
Okay. Can I use the screen, Judge?
Yes. Yes. Juror take number 1, can you please turn off the first 3 lights closest to the door? Thank you.
Okay, it's still warming up a little bit, but can you see that, sir?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm showing on the screen what's been previously submitted to People's Exhibits 14, page 91 of that. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes.
What is that?
It's like a patient update in his medical record.
Okay. Now, I've highlighted 2 portions here. Can you tell us who made those portions?
I would myself.
Okay. And the first word is PT in the top one there. What does PT stand for?
Patient.
Okay. And what is your note there?
Patient recently recalls that the patient's daughter had thrown something on the patient. Oakland County was called about the alleged assault.
Okay. And what about the one at the very top here? I have my cursor on it over
Sure.
here.
That's just like kind of like a basic, like what I would like a HPI of just how the patient presents.
I'm going to stop you there. What does HPI stand for?
Like history of present illness.
Okay. So that's kind of what he's there for, is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Showered. Patient had dark skin sloughing from the tips of his fingers, blistered legs, top of the head, and on upper arms.
I want to ask you about one word here. You said blister legs. Is that bilateral? Is it too little small to see? Judge, can you approach the screen?
Yes, absolutely, sir. You can step down and go
Step
closer
up a
if you
little
need
closer.
to.
I would say with me saying legs, it would pursue him bilaterally.
Okay. And what does that mean in this instance?
Both left and right legs were burned.
All right. And then the next. Oh, and what does sloughing mean? Sloughing of the tips of his fingers.
Sloughing, just like the skin is just kind of coming off.
Okay.
Like as we kind of like wiped, skin would come off with each intentional wipe of the skin.
Is that typical of burns?
Yeah.
Okay. The next note here that's indicated.
Was called, and per poison control, pesticide homes normally present with respiratory distress. Poison control recommended standard tox screening and standard burn protocols. Dr. Gamble was informed and will continue to monitor the patient.
Okay. And then the next one down there is the one where you wrote that you had heard him recall that his daughter had thrown some chemicals on it.
Correct.
Okay. And that indicates that you called Oakland County.
I think I called Genesee County, who then transferred me to Oakland
Okay.
County.
And when you say called, what did you call?
I to 911.
Okay. Is that part of your job?
All assaults are reported.
Okay. So you said all assaults. Did you
Correct.
think this was an assault now?
I did.
Okay. Based on what?
Based on the patient arrived with alteration in skin and stated that something was thrown onto him without his consent. So I take that as an assault.
Okay.
Hi, Chloe. What's going on out there? Hi, my name's David. I'm a nurse at Ascension Genesis in Grand Lake, Michigan, calling to report a possible assault on my patient. Okay. My patient's name is Conrad, Konrad. Last is Imirowicz. He's a 64-year-old male patient with a date of birth of August 11th, 1957. Arrived via EMS with multiple chemical burns across his body. When he first arrived, he said that he thought maybe this was from a bug spray. Upon further investigation, the gentleman stated that his daughter had thrown some substance on him, possibly causing these burns. Okay.
And Judge, I'm stopping there because the remainder of the call is not admissible.
Thank you.
Is that what you told him?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear him say anything else about what had happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
Thank you. Can you pull 90 back up? Sure. Let's start with that. All right, sir. On the bottom part, you testified that he said a white powdery substance. You didn't put that in your report, did you?
Appears that I did not.
Okay. That would be important, wouldn't it?
I guess so.
So but that's not in the report, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you're remembering that today?
That's what I remember, yes.
Okay. But you didn't put it in back then, correct?
I did not.
All right. He was intoxicated too, correct?
Yes.
Did you do any tests on that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Can you pull up
Just 1 second.
50, I think?
Yeah, just 1 second. Let's go ahead. Yeah, put both those pages on this one if that's...
got new glasses coming in a week, and these are a little tough.
Here, give me a minute. I'll pull it for you. You want the 51 first?
Hey, yeah, you pull up 51st. We'll see if it is on.
Where you want me to zoom in?
Okay, all right, that's better. All right. This indicates his blood alcohol level is 355 mg/dl. What's that mean?
355 milligrams per deciliter.
All right. Now, being an attorney and not a doctor, I'm used to having them put it as a breathalyzer. Do you know what that would be if it was a breathalyzer?
Typical breathalyzer was anything over 0.80 is above, the legal limit. So that would put him at like 3.55.
3.55?
Yeah, like on a breathalyzer.
Okay, you're going to have to explain that to me a little better, all right?
Best of my knowledge, it's the concentration of how a breathalyzer measures the alcohol being exhaled versus being a blood. So, like, say if this was a breathalyzer, typically you just carry the decimal point 2 places to the left, and it'd be like 3.55 on a breathalyzer.
Or 0.355, right?
I think so.
Judge, can I ask a question? Should we ask him if he knows the formula?
Do you know the formula and how to?
I don't know the formula.
Okay,
It's
so
just,
you're guessing.
It's just from my experience.
Okay, just from your experience. He was fairly well intoxicated then, correct?
Correct.
And he wasn't feeling any pain. Well, he was feeling pain, but it was not as much as you'd expect from a burn patient.
It's fair to say.
Would you pull up the other page? Sure. Just there, too. Yeah. All right. Okay. So, and again in this page, he does drink alcohol, and he attempted to get rid of the fleas in his house by using a bug bomb. It doesn't say what day he did that, does it?
No, sir.
Let's see. Actively intoxicated, you put as well, correct?
This would not be. This would probably be the physician's charting.
Okay. So you didn't write that note?
No. That's Dr. Warby's HPI and review of systems.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Furby.
Just quickly, who's Dr. Warby?
She would be the attending ER physician that was on the case.
All right. Was she in the room with you when later on Conrad was talking to his sons?
No.
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? Okay, you may step down. Your excuse as a witness.
Thank you.
Judge, people are going to call Austin Imirowicz.
Okay.
Austin, call me.
Morning, sir.
Morning, ma'am.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
I, Austin Imirowicz.
Thank you. And can you just turn around for your oath, please?
Under penalty of perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give forth this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do this.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Want the lights back on?
Sure. I mean, we're gonna. Can you please state and spell your name? I'm
Do
sorry.
you want the lights back on?
We can do it for a while, Judge, but I do have some photos I am going to display at some point.
Okay.
Thank you. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Can you please state and spell your name for the records?
Austin Imirowicz, AUSTIN, IMIROWICZ.
And Mr. Imirowicz, do you know a Conrad Imirowicz?
I do. That was my father, yes, sir.
That was your father. And your father is deceased now, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you know a Megan Imirowicz?
I do. That would be my sister.
Okay. Do you see her in court today?
Yep, she's to the right, yes, sir.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
She's to the right, yes, sir. My bad.
To your right?
Yeah, to your right, or my right.
This is my left.
Your left, sorry.
It's okay. You're a little nervous.
Yeah.
It's okay. Judge, ask the record to reflect the witness and identify the defendant.
No objection, Your Honor.
So noted.
Thank you.
Speak up.
Yeah. And if you can speak up for us, if that's okay.
Yes, sir.
Do your best. Thank you. Where were you living around October 1st, 2021?
I was living around October. I was living out in Pontiac off of Stanley.
Okay. So you weren't living with your father at that time?
In October, no.
Okay. Who was living with your father?
In October, it was still my father and Megan.
Okay.
I was still visiting, though.
Okay. You still had a room at the house?
I'd given my room to him, but I was more so like visiting for the day, and then he was taking me home or to work. But yeah.
All right. Where was Megan's room in the house?
Megan's room in the house was, so if you walked up the stairs and you went right, it'd be right across the hall, so it was on the second floor to the right.
All right. So like when you walk in your house, it's a split level, right?
Yes.
So you walk in the landing, there's the stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yep.
Okay. You go up the stairs, to the left is the living room with the couch,
Yep,
and to the right down the hallway is Megan's room.
yep, Megan's room, and then to the left was the bathroom, and to the right was my room.
Okay. I want to take you to October 1st, 2021. You came to be aware that something happened that day, right? Did you get a phone call from Kayla?
Yes, no, yes, sorry. I
That's
did
all right.
get a phone call from Kayla that day.
Okay. And that's Kayla Bosquet.
Yes, sir.
And what was your relationship with Kayla at the time?
As a neighbor. She was a friend and a neighbor.
Okay. You'd known her for a while.
Yeah, I'd known her since freshman year, I believe.
Okay. And you were already graduated by then?
I had just graduated.
Just
yes.
graduated. Right. So she called you. How did she sound on the phone?
She sounded kind of confused and concerned. She had told me how that she had thought my dad had an accident or something. I had asked her, like, what do you mean? Like, you know, what's he look like? She had mentioned how he was kind of covered in, like, black something, or not sure if it was, like, not sure how it was described, but, like, he didn't look well.
Okay.
And then I had told her to call the ambulance and that I was on my way.
All right. Now, she was upset on the phone, you said?
Like, concerned. She seemed just more concerned, yes, sir.
Okay. What were you thinking when she was describing to you what she was seeing?
I thought that maybe he had just had an injury or maybe he had fallen or something like that. I wasn't expecting to see what I had seen when I got there. If that's
Okay.
what you're asking.
And you said you left then?
Yes, I was on my way to go meet her after I told her to call for an ambulance and police. I was on my way with my roommate, Lucas, who was driving me out there.
Okay. Was there anyone else with you and Lucas?
It was me, Lucas, Bella, and Chase, I believe.
Okay. And who are Bella and Chase?
Bella was also a roommate at the time, Lucas's girlfriend. Chase was also a roommate at the time, a good homie of all of us.
Okay. How far was it from where you lived to the home here? To your father's home?
To the old house?
Yes.
I'd say 15, 20, but no further, really.
Okay. Did you leave right away?
I did leave right away, yes. Actually, as soon as she described that he looked like he was black and covered in something, I had started throwing out my shoes as I was talking to her on the phone, and then I got in the car and left.
Okay. Everyone else came with you?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you got to the house, what did you see? When you first pull up?
Well, when I first pulled up, I had seen, if I remember correctly, I believe there was an ambulance already. We had gotten there, walked up, and he was like, just all black and like burnt.
Okay, so you said he. Are you talking about your father now? Is that a yes?
Yes,
You
sir.
got to keep your voice up if you can. I know it's
Yes,
hard.
sir.
Was he already outside?
He was on his way getting transported outside in a stretcher.
Okay.
But he was like, he looked black, he looked a bit burned or whatever, and
All right, so you could see his injuries?
yes, sir.
Did you try and talk to him at that point?
I did. Actually, I tried to talk to him. I'd asked him what had happened. He just had told me that he was fine. He doesn't know, as they were lowering him into the ambulance. And then I further talked to him a bit more when we first got to Genesis.
Okay, we'll get there. What did you think when you saw some of these injuries on him that first time?
I mean, to be honest with you, sir, there's not really a good, I guess, not really something I formulated in my head. I was kind of more just shocked, and like, whoa, like what had happened.
Okay. When you were talking to him there and he said he was fine, how did he sound to you?
He sounded normal, which to me was a bit surprising considering how he had looked. But he sounded normal. He was happy. He was him. I mean, he was normal.
Okay. And they put him in the ambulance and then they left, is that right?
Yes, sir. And then we followed that.
Okay. Did you go in the house first?
I had gone in the house real quickly once to go and see, like, maybe if there was something I could see to would have happened or something. But, yeah.
Okay. And when you went to the ambulance, or went to the hospital, that was Ascension Genesis, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How long were you there before you got to talk to your dad?
Ooh.
Roughly, if you recall.
Roughly, it wasn't that long. I'd have to say maybe like at most 25-minute wait. I'd gotten in there pretty quick to it, speaking to him and be talked to by the nurse.
Okay. When you got there, did you go in first or did somebody else go in first? To see your dad?
No, I believe I was the first one in with Lucas to see him.
With Lucas, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And who is Lucas?
Lucas is an old friend.
Okay. How long have you known Lucas?
Known Lucas since high school.
Okay. Was he over at your house a lot?
Yes.
Okay. And so you went in with Lucas to talk to your father?
Yes, sir.
When you were in there, what did you guys talk about?
I'd asked him what had happened, if he had known, like, because he had told me that, well, no, hang on. I asked him what had happened. I told him, like, you don't look all right. He had told me that he had just set off a bug bomb or something. Lucas and I had both agreed and told him, like, Dad, a bug bomb doesn't do this to you. And that was it, because for the rest, he had insisted that that's what it was. He couldn't remember anything else. He had told us that, like, he was fine. He said he just had, like, one drink and went to bed, so that was it. And that was the last thing he remembered.
So he told you you had one drink and gone to bed?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall him saying anything about Megan?
I don't. I know before, if I'm allowed to backtrack.
Well, yeah, answer the question, I guess.
Oh.
Do you recall if he said anything about Megan?
No, not at that time, no.
Okay. Not at that time. Did he say anything about Megan another time?
I had heard that before.
Well, heard from whom?
Kayla.
Okay. We're not going to talk about what Kayla told you.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
But you didn't recall everything he told you, is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wrote out a written statement in this instance, right?
Yes.
Okay. That was closer in time to when this happened, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when you wrote that written statement?
I believe, well, I know it was right after, in the same day that night after I had visited my dad, after we'd gotten to the other hospital. Mm-hmm. But I do remember writing that statement, yes, sir.
Fair to say that that incident was fresh in your memory then?
Yeah.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Statement. Okay. All right. Do you think this might refresh your recollection?
Possibly, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you to read your statement. And then when you're done reading it, just read quietly to yourself. When you're done, just put your face down and look up at me, please. Does that refresh your recollection?
A little bit, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall your father telling you anything about Kayla, or Megan at that point?
No.
Okay. You wrote down something about that, though, didn't you?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Judge, I'm going to have to change my order of exhibits. At this one, I would move to admit this statement as a past recollection reported.
Mr. Miller?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And this would be, just so we don't mess up all the order of all exhibits, Exhibit 19.
I have a 19. Is this Exhibit 20?
Sorry, yes, Exhibit 20. Thank
Okay.
you. Got stickers on there. All right. Also, I'm going to ask that you read your statement into the record, please.
Out loud?
Yes.
So I was at home. Then Kayla had called me at 6:58, letting me know my dad was in bad condition. I told her how to help him and to call the police, and rushed over when I got there. He was sober, conscious, but had the burns when they took him to the hospital. I then checked the spot where he was there. There was blood and smell of some chemical at the hospital. My dad mentioned to me how stuff was thrown at him, like clothes, cans, hairspray, and he said he believes it was cleaning supplies.
You can reach page 2, sir.
He had trouble remembering. He also mentioned he bombed the house. Lucas and I asked if he was covering for Meg. That's when he stated Megan said she threw bread at him to my mom and grandma, but my dad said trash, clothes, cans were thrown at him. He also said how him and Meg did fight but talked. Then he went to bed and woke up like that to being put in an ambulance, and then stated he can't and couldn't remember as he was at the hospital, as he got emotional. Also, when I was at the hospital, Megan called knowing I was at the hospital and wasn't concerned about him, only asked about how to get his credit card to work. I told her I don't know and I don't care, I am at the hospital, and she got mad and hung up.
Okay. Again, that statement was made on the same day, correct?
Yes, sir.
Closer in time and better recollection at that point.
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you were talking to your dad there, how did you seem?
Scared. If I'm going to be honest, scared.
Were you scared?
Yeah. No, I'm not going to lie, yeah.
Okay. You also talked to Megan that night, right?
Yep.
Okay, and that was encapsulated in your statement. Is that a yes?
Yes, sir. Yes.
So while you're at the hospital, you talked to Megan on the phone.
Yep.
Do you recall who called whom?
She had called me.
Okay, she called you.
Yes, sir.
What did she say to you when she called you?
She had called me and it had gone that she was asking about if I knew Dad's PIN or whatever. I told her no, why, because he's at the hospital, and that's when she was like, oh, and then just hung up, and that was it.
Okay.
That was the end of that phone call.
How did you feel about that?
I was angry.
Why?
I mean, to show no care at all, but, I mean, to dismiss something serious when...
All right. Now, while you were at the hospital, other people showed up. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Julie Conrad was one of those people?
Yes, sir.
And who is Julie Conrad?
My mother.
Okay. Was she and your father together at that time?
No.
Okay, they were divorced?
Yeah, have been for a very long time.
Okay. At some point you went back to the house, is that right?
I went back to the house later after getting approved with a group of roommates to get the cats. Yes, sir.
Okay. And you were inside the house briefly, you said, when Conrad was being taken out?
Yes, I had gone in just for a second before following the ambulance. Yes, sir.
Okay. In those times, what did you observe about the area where your father was?
There was some sort of white, whatever it was. I'm assuming it's safe to say it's probably a chemical. But there was just like a ton of it. It's white stuff all over the couch. And then next to the end of the couch, there was like, I think cleaning supplies or whatever. And then just a bunch of other junk.
Okay. 1 second, Judge. The witness would have previously marked as People's Exhibit 4 through 8, I believe. Yes, 4 through 8. those for me? Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
I don't recognize it, no, sir, but I know that that is what was on the couch that I saw. Yes.
Okay, so you don't recognize, you don't know what the bottle itself is. And
No,
that stuff.
sir.
Okay, but are those photographs of your couch at the home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do those photos fairly and accurately depict what you saw when you were examining the scene that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Judge, I move to admit People's Pros Exhibits 4 through 8.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I'm going to put on the screen here if that's all right.
Juror seat number 1, can you turn off light 1, 2, and 3, please? Thank you.
She should get a raise for extra work.
I'm showing People's Pros Exhibit 4. Austin, tell us what we're looking at here.
It's a couch, the blanket, and that's the white stuff that I saw from the bottle, and then above that's the window seal.
Okay. Now I'm gonna highlight something with my cursor here. Is this the bottle itself that you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you tell me about the couch here? This is a brown couch, but there's some discoloration here, isn't there?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That I do not know. I'd assumed that maybe it was from the white bottle, but that I don't know, and to this day I still don't.
Okay. Was the couch wet?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
Okay. Now, all right, moving on to the next one. This is just People's Exhibit 5. Now, the bottle's in a different location here, but is this what you saw that day?
Yes, sir.
Is that some of the white powder you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever touch any of that stuff?
No.
Okay.
I left it in the same position it was the whole time until I believe it was finally later moved by what I'm assuming would be authorities.
Okay. In fact, you went with authorities to open the house for that, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. This is another picture of that bottle. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and more of the white stuff on the couch.
Yep, that's still the couch too. Yes, sir.
All right. And is that the bottle you saw?
Yeah, that's the bottle I saw. I'd never seen the front of it like that, but yes, sir.
Okay. Had you ever seen this stuff before in the house?
No, sir.
Okay. You were over there pretty often, right? And you used to live there.
No, yeah, I lived there my whole life, actually. I knew about almost everything that we had, whether it was in the cabinet, bathroom, etc.
Okay. But you had never seen this before?
No. No,
All
sir.
right. And is this that same blanket?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, it has a red pattern on it. But can you tell me what this looks like to you here that I'm circling?
From here to me, other than the red pattern, it looks white. Some of that stuff.
Okay. And this here as well?
Yes, sir. Same with there. It just looks like it's a ball form or whatever.
Okay. Now, I'm going to unplug here for a moment. A couple months later, in fact, in December, you went back to the home with an investigator from my office and myself. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in fact, you had been going to the home periodically throughout.
Yes, sir.
Because you were taking care of the house. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the appearance of the couch had changed in that amount of time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I'm showing the witness People's Pros Exhibits 10, 11, 12. May I approach?
Yes. 10, 11, and 12, no 9.
Correct. 9 days later. Just take a look at these for me. Do you recognize what's shown in those photographs?
Other than the living room and the blanket, no, sir.
That's the couch, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is that the couch as it looked a couple months after?
After, no, it did look a bit different, but I'm not sure what really had happened. But like this was like later though.
Okay. So let me phrase it this way. The couch changed appearance, correct?
Yes, sir.
You don't know why, but it did.
Yes, sir.
Is that how it looked?
After or? I'm sorry, sir.
That's okay. A couple months after October 1st. Is that what the couch looked like?
A couple months I believe it still had some, but not to that extent, no, sir.
Okay. This is the same couch,
Yes, sir.
and you saw it look different, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do these pictures show what the couch looked like at some point later?
Kinda. It's just missing the bottle.
Missing the lie bottle.
Yes, sir.
Right, the lie bottle hadn't moved, but the couch in particular.
Yeah.
Okay. Judge, I'd move to admit these as people's 10, 11, and 12.
Guess I would object to those, Your Honor. It's like, he's not real sure. I know he didn't take them. I don't believe they're admissible at this point.
Judge, you said that these are this is the couch, this is how it looks, just the lie bottle's missing. That's the only thing that you said was different.
Okay, but it has to be at the time that the photograph was taken, and was that ever established? You said a couple months after. The witness indicated that that is not what it looked like a couple of months later.
Let me try this.
Yes, sir.
Middle of December,
Yes, sir.
2021. You went to the house with myself and investigator Don Tullock, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You recall that incident?
Yes.
Okay. You had been at the house between then.
Yes.
Yes, you'd been in the house after.
Yes, sir.
At some point, did the couch come to look different? In that whole period of time?
Yes, but no. But like the white stuff was still there.
Okay.
You could tell some was kind of disappearing, but not fully.
The
But
color of the couch fabric itself?
I didn't notice a difference in the fabric. No.
Okay. So the fabric here doesn't look different to you?
I mean, it looks white.
Okay, so the fabric did change color.
I'm so sorry, sir.
Don't be sorry. It's okay. Let me ask you this. Did you pay close attention to the fabric of the couch?
I paid close. I took a glance at the couch and I took a
Okay.
glance at the bottom, but that was it.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Just I'll withdraw the motion to admit
Thank you,
those.
sir.
Thank you. Okay. Now, your father was in the hospital for quite some time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall when he came home?
It was either. No, it was March.
Okay.
It was around March.
Of the next year, 2022?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you were the next of kin for your dad, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You authorized a lot of medical care.
Yes, sir.
Your father was sedated often.
Yes, sir.
He was getting much medication, correct?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us about some of the procedures that your father went through while he was at the hospital?
I guess, Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is the form of the question. He may not know the procedures. He can say what he authorized.
Okay.
Well, I know a good amount of them.
All right.
I mean,
Let me ask you this. There was treatments done to your father's legs.
yes, sir.
Did you participate in the decision-making around those decisions?
Yes, I will say I did participate in one of the decisions, but I also left the decision in his hands because I had told him that, yes, I'm in charge, but it's not my life. It's also up to you.
Okay.
And so he had told the nurse, shook his head, and they authorized it. And eventually he had lost both his legs. Yes, they were, I believe it was carcicated and then whatever.
So that was for the amputation of his legs.
Yes, sir, amputation.
Did they amputate both of his legs?
Yes. By the time before he had come home, yes, both legs were amputated. At first they amputated one, and they started with the left side leg, I believe.
Okay. Did you come to learn why? What were you...
They amputated the legs because the legs were too severely infected and damaged with burns. And because of how deep it had went and gone, they had told me that he would bleed a lot if they had tried to laser or scrape it out, whatever they were doing. And so they had said that the best option, the best procedure to go about it was just to do an amputation, to cut it off from there, clean it up from there, and so that's what they did.
Did you authorize treatment pertaining to infections?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how many times that was?
I don't, but I know he had a lot of treatments because I visited daily, and there were times where I had to wait, or times where I actually couldn't visit. I mean, he had a lot of treatments, medication, numbing, then he had a lot of skin therapy, grafting, yeah.
Were you there when he was put on dialysis?
I was, actually, yes.
All right. Were you there when they gave him, when they did a tracheotomy?
The trachea, yes.
Okay. And what was the tracheotomy?
It went down in his throat, I believe, and it was something that they had given him to help him speak, and it's something that I remember because he had thought that he was not going to need it when he was coming home, but he still had it when he was coming home.
Okay. Was he having trouble speaking during those couple months?
At first he didn't speak at all, but then after a while he started speaking again. He struggled, yeah, a little, but when he had came home near the end, I mean, it was a bit better.
Okay. Now, you said when he came home near the end.
Yep.
How did it be that he came home?
Oh, came home on hospice.
You want some tissue, sir?
No.
Would you like some water? Okay.
There should be tissue right next to you.
You said
Thank you.
You said he came home on hospice.
Yep.
Okay. Did he make that decision or did you?
Yeah. Whew. He made that decision, sorry.
Okay.
He made that decision. I remember because I wasn't expecting him home. I thought I had more time, so he decided that he wanted to come home. So me and a great group of friends that I had helped me out, helped me get the house ready, and he came home.
Okay. And then he died 3 days later, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. Austin, Mr. Imirowicz, you indicated that your father, when the accident occurred, was he able to talk then?
Yeah.
All right.
Yes, sir.
So it was sometime later he had a tracheotomy and had problems talking?
Well, at first, before he had the tracheotomy, he couldn't talk at all. And if he did, it was like little... After the trach is when he started to have something of a voice again, yes.
Okay. How soon after the accident did he stop talking? Do you remember? Because you indicated that he made some statements when he was at the hospital or the emergency room when he got there, right?
I don't know, to be honest with you. All I
That's
know
fine.
is he was talking, and then at Ascension Genesis, they moved him. And whatever they started doing after that, wasn't talking.
Okay, so he didn't talk for a while, correct?
Yes, sir.
Not to you. And this was a very difficult situation, I understand that. Your father drank quite a bit on occasion, correct?
Yeah, everyone drinks, sir.
Okay. He drank more than most, though, right?
No, sir. I will admit this much because I lived there my whole life. He drank, yes. But on more occasions was there more than others? No, sir. Because at all times, at least especially when I was there and from what I had seen and had always seen, he'd still get up, he was still functional, he still talked, he still called his family, and he still sat there and talked with me in my room. Because him and I hung out a lot, sir.
Okay.
But I will say, no, yes, he did drink. But then again, I mean, who doesn't? Who hasn't?
Well, he showed up at your graduation party, didn't he?
I didn't have a graduation party, sir. Actually, it was a little get-together. But I'm not the one that had planned or hosted it because I did not want one.
All right. But he showed up at that party, correct?
I mean, it was at the house, so yeah, he was there.
All right. He smelled of urine at that time, didn't he?
No, sir, not that I know of, no. He smelled totally fine to me that day.
He was slurring his speech, wasn't he?
No, not that I know of either on that day. Because on that day, in an honest answer, an honest remembering, he smelled fine and he wasn't slurring no speech. But also, then again, I was hanging with a bunch of people.
So you didn't talk to him?
No, I'd spoken to him, yes, but he had nothing like that you are saying on him or described in that way.
The medical records indicate that he was severely intoxicated. Would you disagree with it on that day?
No, because I know that's something that the nurses did tell me about, that he had shown up with a pretty high level.
All right. And, but, go ahead. You indicated when you got there in your preliminary exam transcript that he was slurring his speech the first time.
I put that in my transcript. Is that what you said? Or
That's what you testified to last time.
I testified to that he drank, yes, sir. Because I'm not going to lie and say that someone doesn't drink alcohol. If that's what you're asking, yes. And last time, that is what I testified to, is the fact that, yes, he does drink alcohol.
He did slur his speech on that
He did
occasion?
not slur his speech. No. Not that I know of, and not that I remember hearing. And I knew my father pretty damn well.
All right. You indicated that he set the bug bomb off that day.
He had said that it was a bug bomb that had done it, and he had said that he had set one off later that night, yes, but I do not believe that a bug bomb had done that to him.
Well, I'm asking you what he said to you, not what you believe, all right?
All right, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you saw him prior to that date? Do you remember?
Before I saw him in the hospital,
Prior to the October 1st date.
I saw him literally the night before, because he had dropped me off, picked me up from work. I was working in Mexico Lindo, picked me up around 11 o'clock at night, took me back to Stanley, which was my place that I was there with my roommates, dropped me off. I'd asked him if he wanted to stay the night. He said no, and when I talked for a bit, he went home because he said he had to take care of Megan.
Okay. And he would look fine on that day, correct?
Yes, sir. No, yeah.
Good. All right. You indicated, and you testified that he stated that Megan and he had a fight that day, correct?
Yes, sir.
And at that point in time, there were some things thrown.
Yes, sir.
After that, he indicated that it was over. He went and took a nap.
I believe so, yes, sir.
So the fight was over and he went and took a nap, correct?
That is the last thing that he had remembered, that he had told me. I do not know because I was not there that day when they had the fight.
I understand, but that's what he told you, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, you have another brother and sister, correct?
Yeah. I haven't spoken to him in 40 years, though. They stopped visiting, and I just stopped caring.
Did you ever notify them that their father had passed away?
I'm going to object as to relevance.
There was a notification.
There's an
Yes.
objection.
Hold on, sir. Response?
Your Honor, there's some hostility here. There are other children involved. I believe that he has basically a bias towards everyone. He's the one who's in charge, and I think it shows his attitude about the situation.
I don't know what a bias towards other people who were not involved.
Other
not there.
family members.
I understand. Yeah.
Okay. Court is going to sustain the objection.
All right. Okay. At any time your father talked, did he say that Megan threw this white powder on him?
No, not for the white powder.
At the hospital on that first date, did he ever say Megan threw the white powder on him?
No, but then again, he could not have remembered, and he had a hard time remembering.
Well, now, I asked what your father said. All right?
I know.
Okay? I didn't ask what you think he remembered or what he didn't. Okay? After the incident, did you go back in the house?
I went back there one time after getting permission to get the cats, and then another time with DeSantis and one of his, I believe, officers or buddies.
Okay.
And then after that, the other time, every time I had made sure I'd gotten permission, but it was just to make sure there was nothing left, evacuate anything that still could have been saved at the time, and then that was it. The rest of it I left. It was dewinterized for a while.
All right. And when you were in the house, it was a fairly messy house, correct?
Yeah.
That's kind of the way he lived?
No, not always, but it's what became of it, yeah.
Near the end, when you moved out, the house was messy, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there were fleas in the house at that point in time?
No.
No fleas?
No.
Were there cats in the house?
I mean, the cats were in the house, yeah, but then, the cats were inside and outside house, so it's like 50-50. Sometimes they were in, sometimes they weren't. I don't fully remember if the cats were in that house that day, though.
All right. Okay, if I could have a minute.
Sure. Yes.
Mr. Miller asked you about whether or not your father told you that Megan threw white powder, but in your written statement it did say cleaning supplies, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. He didn't specify what kind of cleaning supplies.
No.
Okay. Do you know what the white powder is?
If I remember correctly, from what I had asked and what I had looked up, I believe it is known as lye powder.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? Okay, sir, you may step down. Your excuse as a witness.
Chair, can we take a short break?
Sure. It is 11:28, 15 minutes?
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll come back at 11:45. Anything for the record?
Not for me, Judge.
Not for me.
Okay. You at 11:45.
Thank you.
Thank you.
281-519-FC.
Jason DeSantis to the people, Your Honor.
Frederick on behalf of Mr. Imirowicz, who's standing to my left.
Thank you.
Trooper Hunters.
Thank you.
Megan Joyce.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead and bring the jury in. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You can be seated. Mr. Sanis?
People are going to call Lucas Kobe, Judge.
Mr. Cody? Okay. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, can you state your name for the record, please?
Lucas Kobe.
Sir, remain standing, please.
Oh,
Raise
sorry.
your right hand to be sworn.
Under penalty of perjury, you solemnly swear affirm the testimony you're about to give before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Did you say I swear?
I swear.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Lucas Kobe, Lucas, and then Kobe, Kobe.
Thank you. Do you know Austin Imirowicz?
Yes.
How do you know Austin Imirowicz?
He is a longtime friend.
Okay. Did you know Conrad Imirowicz?
Yes.
How long did you know Conrad?
Well, it would have been 15 years.
Okay. How would you characterize your relationship with the Imirowicz family?
Austin was like a brother to me, and Conrad was like a father to me.
Did you spend a lot of time at Conrad's house?
Yes.
Did you live nearby?
Yeah, I lived right down, well, I don't know, about 3 miles away.
So you went to the same school, I assume?
Yes.
Is that where you met?
Originally, no. We met playing baseball.
I want to take you to October 1st, 2021. Do you recall that day?
Yeah.
Okay. At that time, were you living with Austin?
Yes.
Okay. You were not living at the Imirowicz home, though?
No, we were living in a home off of Stanley Avenue in Pontiac.
Okay. Did you come to learn that something had happened to Mr. Imirowicz that day?
Yes.
How did that happen?
We received a call from Kayla Busquette that he looked dead, and we informed her to call the police, and then we headed to the home.
Okay. Now, did you talk to Kayla yourself?
Yes.
Okay. Who did the call actually come to?
Austin.
It came to Austin. How did you end up talking to Kayla?
To try and figure out what was going on, I just spoke to her over Austin's phone.
Okay. Did Austin put on the speaker?
Yes.
Okay. Is that unusual?
No.
All right. So you heard Kayla telling Austin and yourself about what was going on?
Yes.
And then you went directly to the home?
Yes.
All right. And you went with Austin to the home?
I drove Austin to his dad's.
All right. What did you see when you got there?
EMS.
All right. And was there anybody else there?
Trooper Smith, I believe, got there afterwards, but there was local PD.
Okay. And was Kayla there?
I believe so, but honestly, the details are foggy there.
Okay. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. When you pulled up, what was going on with Conrad? Did you see him?
I did see him.
Where was he?
On the couch.
All right. So you went inside the home?
Yes.
Okay. And you saw him in there?
Yes.
How did he look to you?
Like a rotting corpse.
What makes you say that?
He had skin falling off of him and just stuff all over him, and there was liquid on the floor and stuff on the couch where he was asleep.
So there was liquid on the floor?
Yes.
How much liquid?
A lot.
Okay, when you say a lot, tell me what we're talking about.
I don't know, it had to have been minimum a gallon. I don't know what the liquid was, personally.
Did you touch it?
No.
Okay. Did you see stuff on the couch?
Yes.
What was on the couch?
A white powder?
Okay. Did you know what that was?
No, not immediately.
All right. Where was Conrad when you came in?
On the couch.
But where on the couch, excuse me?
Like in relation to...
Yeah, if you're sitting on the couch, is it the left side or the right side?
Well, he was laying across the couch.
Okay, so he's laying down at that point?
Yes.
All right. Did he say anything to you?
No.
Did you say anything to him?
Yes, I asked what happened.
Did he tell you?
Not immediately, no.
Okay. You said you saw water on the floor. What about the couch? Was the couch?
Objection, Your Honor. He did not say water on
Excuse
the floor.
me.
He said liquid.
That's right. Excuse me. You saw liquid on the floor. Is that right?
That is correct.
What about the couch? Was the couch wet?
Yes.
Okay. How did you know the couch was wet?
Well, because it changes color when it's wet and it becomes dark.
So was it darker?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't actually touch the couch, though, right?
No, sir.
Okay. The room was pretty messy. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Have you been there before?
Yes.
And it's been messy before?
Yes.
All right.
However, it was messier than normal.
It was messier than normal?
There was a lot of garbage strewn about that wasn't there previously.
That was unusual?
Yes.
Okay. When you went in, you tried to talk to him. He didn't respond to you. Is that right?
That is correct.
What happened then?
EMS took him out and they took him to Beaumont Hospital.
They went to Beaumont. Okay. Was it Beaumont?
Or Genesis, maybe.
Okay.
Honestly, that's a little bit fuzzy.
They took him to a hospital. Is that
A
right?
hospital.
Okay. You don't recall which one? Okay. And did you then go to the hospital as well?
Yes.
With Austin?
Yes.
What happened when you got to the hospital?
I went into the hospital and spoke with Conrad a little bit.
Okay.
And then Austin went in immediately after me.
Okay. So you went in first?
That is correct.
All right. What did you talk to Conrad about while you were in there?
I asked him what had happened, or if it was... I asked him what had happened and asked him if someone had done it to him, or what.
Okay. When you asked him these questions, was Austin in the room with you at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. Did Conrad tell you what happened before Austin came in?
No.
Okay. What did he say when you asked him those questions?
Honestly, he wasn't very verbal. He made noise, but it was hard for him to speak.
Mr. DeSantis, is this a witness?
No, Your Honor, not to my knowledge.
To my knowledge, either.
Deputy, is that a witness? Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you. Sorry. You said he wasn't very verbal.
That is correct.
Okay. How long were you in there before Austin came in?
Maybe 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. Did he talk to you at all in that time?
No, I mostly just spoke with nurses.
Okay. And then Austin came in?
And then I went out and Austin came in because they had a one-person rule.
Okay.
Or, no, sorry, that was at Hurley.
Okay.
I apologize. Austin did come in. We were both in the room. And then Conrad started to talk.
All right. I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up for us a little bit, okay? Hurley is the second hospital, correct?
That is correct. That's where he went to the burn unit.
All right. So the first hospital is what we're talking about now. Austin did come into the room while you were in there?
Correct.
Okay. Were you then continuing to talk to Conrad, you and Austin?
Austin spoke to Conrad. I kind of sat in the back.
Okay. Did Austin ask Conrad what happened?
Yes.
Did Conrad respond to Austin?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what Conrad said?
Not verbatim, no.
Okay. Would you gave a written statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was given the same day as the incident, October 1st?
Yes.
All right. You'd agree that your recollection then was better than it is now?
Absolutely.
All right. Would looking at the written statement possibly refresh your recollection?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes, sir.
You just read that to yourself and then put it face down and look at me when you're done. Did that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay. What did Conrad tell Austin?
Conrad told Austin that Megan had thrown trash at him.
Okay.
variety of other things.
Do you
I'm
recall?
sorry, I couldn't hear
I was gonna
A
ask.
variety of other things among trash.
Did you say anything specific in that variety of other things?
Hair dye products, cleaning solution.
Okay. How did that make you feel when you heard that?
Rather upset.
Okay. You've known Megan, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you see her in court today.
Yes, I do.
Can you identify her for us?
Right there.
Judge, asked the record to reflect the witness identify the defendant.
No objection.
So noted.
Have you known Megan pretty much the same amount of time as Austin, or a different period?
A little bit shorter of an amount of time after Conrad and Julie split.
Okay. And to be clear, Julie is...
Julie is Conrad's ex-wife.
Thank you. So how long were you in the room with Austin and Conrad?
Until we had to leave to... I went out so that Julie could go in, actually.
Okay.
So maybe an hour.
All right. Did you or Austin say anything to Conrad about protecting Megan?
Austin.
What did Austin say?
Austin asked if Megan had done it and then told Conrad that he didn't have to protect Megan if she had.
Okay, and what did Conrad say?
He said that she had.
Okay, that she had done it?
I'm sorry, one more. I didn't hear you.
Austin told Conrad that if Megan had done it, he didn't need to protect her. And Austin said that Megan had thrown trash and stuff at him. So.
Austin said Megan that, or Conrad said that?
Conrad said that to Austin.
Okay, but it was Austin who asked about protecting Megan?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to ask a follow-up question?
No,
Judge?
I couldn't hear him.
Sure.
I apologize. I'll keep my voice up.
That's okay. Did you go see Conrad ever again?
Once.
When was that?
Before he was released for hospice.
So you saw him up at Hurley?
Yes.
Okay, were you able to talk to him then?
Yes.
What kind of condition was he in?
Real bad condition.
Okay. Do you recall roughly when it was?
Maybe February or early March.
Okay, so that'd be pretty close to when he came home.
Yeah.
Okay. Were you able to talk to him at all?
He wasn't all there by the time that I was able to see him again.
All right, then we won't ask about what he said, okay?
I appreciate it.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you. So you arrived at the home. We're talking about the home now, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got to answer yes or no because it
Yes,
okay.
I apologize.
It's not a problem. We just want to make sure we make a good record. When you got there, there was an ambulance there already?
That is correct.
And you and Austin went into the house?
That is correct.
You went up the stairs then?
Yes, and to the left, and then looked into the living room where the couch was with Conrad laying on it.
He was on the couch when you got there?
That is correct.
Okay. Now you said you saw liquid.
That is correct.
Where was the liquid?
On the couch and on the floor, right next to Conrad.
And how do you know it was liquid?
Have you ever seen liquid?
Yes.
Okay, it
No.
pools.
It pools. Okay, were there pools on the couch?
Well, the couch was dark and dampened, and there was a pool of liquid on the floor. So
Okay.
I surmised that there was liquid on the couch.
Okay, so based upon the color change in the couch, you're assuming there was water on the couch?
I am not assuming, sir. I am telling you that there was liquid on the couch.
Liquid on the couch, based on your observations.
That is correct.
All right. And on the floor, there was standing liquid, correct?
That is correct.
And where was that located?
That was located at the base of the couch and towards the table that was in the center of the room.
Okay. So let's fast forward, and you're going to the hospital, you're at the hospital, you go in and talk to Mr. Imirowicz first, correct?
That is correct.
You were there half hour, you said? Rough guess?
To an hour, yes.
Okay. With just you?
Just myself, about a half of an hour.
Okay. And was Mr. Imirowicz speaking to you?
No. As I stated, I mostly spoke to nurses and doctors.
So he didn't make any statements to you then?
No, I asked him questions, but he was not very verbal in his answers.
All right. And at some point then, Austin came in, correct?
That is correct.
And you stayed for a few minutes while he talked to Austin,
That is correct.
and then you left and Austin was still there a little bit?
That is correct.
And then Julie Conrad came in, so you left, correct?
That is correct. There were only 2 people allowed in the hospital, so I left to allow Julie Conrad to come in.
And Julie's his ex-wife, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, nothing further.
Mr. DeSantis?
About how big was this standing pool of liquid?
I would say that it was rather large. It covered pretty much end to end the couch, on the floor at least.
So, given that Conrad was laying on the couch, it was close to Conrad, is that right?
That is correct.
All right. Could you tell what it was from where you were?
I could tell that it was liquid. I couldn't tell you what the liquid was.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there questions? Okay, sir, you are thanked and excused as a witness.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, my next witness is scheduled to arrive at 1:30.
Okay. It is 12:08. We will reconvene at 1:30. Okay? This is your lunch break. Make sure that you don't talk about the case during your recess. No searching anything. No looking at social media or otherwise trying to investigate any of the issues or testimony with regard to this matter, please. Thank you. All right, for the jury.
I'm going to have the case called.
Calling People versus Imirowicz, case number 22-281-519 FC.
Jason DeSantis, the people, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Frederick on behalf of Ms. Imirowicz, who's standing to my left.
Thank you.
Trooper Hunter Smith.
Thank you.
Megan Joyce.
Thank you. Bring in the jury, please.
All right, so the jury.
You may be seated. I hope you had a nice lunch. Mr. DeSantis, sir, it's your next witness, please.
Thank you, Judge. We're going to call Dr. Connie Barani, who's already present.
Thank you. Mr. Varani, sir, can you please raise your right hand? You'll be given the oath.
Under penalty of perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Can you state your full name for the record?
Yes, I will. My first name is Kanu, K-A-N-U, and last name is Virani, V-I-R-A-N-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you. Dr. Varani, you are now currently retired, is that right?
Yes,
Where did you spend your career?
I worked as a medical examiner for Oakland County starting from 1991, and I retired in April 1st, 2022.
All right. And so you served there for 31 years approximately?
Yes.
Okay. And what kind of training and education do you have?
Well, I did finish medical school in India before I came in United States, and that was completed in 1979. 1 year of internship I completed in India as well, and in 1981 I came in United States. Did 4 years of residency training at Northeastern Ohio University in Akron and Canton area. I did 1 year of special training, we call it fellowship, at NYU and New York City Medical Examiner's Office in forensic pathology. And I worked as a forensic pathologist or medical examiner for New York City for about 2 years, and in 1991 moved to Oakland County.
Can you tell us what kind of certifications you have?
Pardon me?
Sorry. Can you tell us what kind of certifications you have?
Oh, certification. I am board certified in forensic pathology, anatomical and clinical pathology. Those are the part of the pathology we practice in hospital-based areas.
And how many autopsies do you think you've performed in your career?
Well over 20,000 altogether.
And have you been certified as an expert by a court?
Yes.
How many times do you think that's been?
Again, well over 1,000 times.
Judge, I'd move to admit the Dr. Varani as an expert in forensic pathology.
And I have no objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Court is going to qualify you as an expert, sir, in forensic pathology. Go ahead, Mr. DeSantis.
Thank you, Judge. Can you tell the jury what the duties are of a medical examiner?
Medical examiner is, like I said, are the specialized forensic pathologists who do the autopsies and toxicology in the county where they are appointed to determine the cause and manner of death. And those causes of those people who die either suspiciously, violently, or otherwise unexplained, and did not have enough doctor's care at the time of death, so we end up getting those cases and we do autopsy and figure out why the person died.
You use the terms cause and manner of death. Can you tell us what cause of death means?
Cause of death is either a natural disease or any event which is ending somebody's life. And a manner of death is how this cause of death came about. If it came about by natural disease process, we call them a natural manner. If it comes about unnatural way, like somebody fell from the roof or somebody got in an auto collision, we call those accidents. And if somebody purposefully takes somebody else's life and person end up dying, we call them homicide. If somebody does everything by himself or herself to end the life, we call them suicide.
What does mechanism of death mean?
Mechanism of death is a final event or physiological event, how and why the death came about. So somebody might have a disease process since long time, but what was the final event which ended the final few moments of the life and why person died?
Were you working as a medical examiner on March 7th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you perform the autopsy on a Conrad Imirowicz?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall that autopsy?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell us about the process of performing an autopsy?
The normal process is to examine the entire body. If person is wearing any clothes, of course we remove the clothes and then examine front to back, head to toe, and if we find any unusual finding on the outside, we have the photographic evidence taken. And then it is followed by the opening the body, like chest and abdominal area, so that we can examine the heart, lungs, and all abdominal organs for any abnormalities or injuries. That is followed by opening the head to look at the inside of the cranium and the brain, again for disease process or injury. And finally the neck area to see again any disease process or natural event that might create the issue with the circulation or breathing.
Now, what was the process you followed on Mr. Imirowicz's autopsy?
Exactly the same process I just described.
Okay. Was there any departure from normal in that process in this case?
No, there was none. Other than that, his limbs or lower legs were amputated before he died, so I could not examine his legs and feet. So that was the only unusual thing.
When you perform an autopsy, do you consult many medical records that might be available?
If a person was in a hospital or previously was in a hospital which is related to the cause of death, we find, yes, we usually get the hospital record as much as we can.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
What records did you review?
We mostly received the pile of record from the Genesis in a Grand Blanc, which is the hospital, where he was taken after he sustained the injury.
And what did you find when you were performing your autopsy on Mr. Imirowicz?
From outside, he had several healing ulcers, means the top of the skin, some of the superficial, some of the deep, were present on the head, the forehead, the chest, the left side of the shoulder, the upper arm, the abdominal area, entire back, and some spotted ulcer on the thighs. They were like some injury we sustain and it doesn't want to heal and continue growing again, and then the crust formation, and then you take it out and again it start bleeding and keep on going. So he had those, we call them chronic ulcers.
So as of March 7, 2022, some of the injuries he sustained still had not fully healed. Is that what we should understand?
Yes.
Okay. Did you discover anything else in the autopsy of note?
In his inside examination, when I was doing his separate organs, yes, his heart, he was 64 when he died. So his heart was enlarged. The wall of the thickness on both right and left side of the heart were thicker than normal. His inside heart chambers were slightly dilated, indicating that he had some chronic heart disease like hypertension, which many a time usually causes this kind of changes if it is not treated very well and going on. Along with it, I also found his kidneys were also having the effect of the long-standing high blood pressure. So they, instead of nice, smooth, shiny surface, they were having a pitting surface, which is a common finding in a long-standing high blood pressure disease process.
Were you aware that he'd been placed on dialysis while at the hospital?
Yes, when I look at the chart, I was made aware that he was on dialysis because his kidneys were not functioning properly.
Do you know why they weren't functioning properly?
That I could not figure it out, whether they put dialysis before he sustained this injury or after he did that. Very likely after this sustaining injury, because he was having a congestive heart failure on and on. He was on medication to treat those ulcers and heart condition. And sometimes that happens, the kidneys don't function properly. I mean, they did not stop completely functioning, but they were not functioning properly. So according to the hospital doctor's best judgment, it put him on a dialysis so that his other unusual chemicals don't start building up in the body.
Can you explain congestive heart failure in this case?
Heart failure is where the heart cannot pump blood properly, either because of the inherent process problem with the heart itself, or because of the high blood pressure like a lot of us have in our older age. So the pumping of the blood against the increased pressure makes the heart strain more, struggle more, and that's why the chamber get dilated, the muscle get thicker, and still cannot function properly. Then it start failing, means the proper pumping of the blood circulation is not going all over the body. We call it congestive heart failure.
Did that happen in this case?
Yes.
Do you know why?
Again, because of this non-healing ulcer since October, he sustained and he died in March, so longer than 5 months. He was in and out of the hospital or in the hospital continuously being treated for this kind of ulcers and chemical burns. So this could be the mostly part of it, on top of his chronic hypertensive heart disease and kidney problem.
Did you determine the mechanism of his death?
In his case, mechanism is complications of this chemical burns, means the congestive heart failure, on and off infection in the lung. They were treating him all the time, and the chronic kidney failure, the combination of those complications from the heart, the lungs, and kidneys combined ended his life.
Okay. So that's what complications means?
Yes.
So would these complications have occurred but for the burns upon him?
Without those chemical burns, he should not have those complications, of course, and how long he would have lived, I cannot tell you, but he would not have died without the chemical burns and complications.
Okay. Did you determine the cause of death?
His cause of death was chemical burns with complications.
Okay. And did you determine the manner of death?
I classified as a homicide.
And what did you base that upon?
Based on the information I was provided that somebody threw the lye and the water on him while he was lying down, almost face down on the left side, because the burn pattern is on the back and on the left side. So sorry, on the right side and face down. So that created the starting situation, and that was done by somebody on purpose to hurt him, and that's why classification is homicide.
So I want to ask you about that. You said the lye and the water. Was there anything what made you think it was lye and water?
Well, part of it is the information provided to me. Of course, 5 months later, I cannot do any test on his body to identify that. But again, the non-healing nature of the ulcer tells me that some chemical was there which was preventing those ulcers not to heal properly. So that's the second medical information from me, and the other information came from investigation.
And you said in particular the burn pattern indicated that he was lying face down and on his side?
Face down mostly, maybe slightly on his right side, because the right side of the shoulder was not having any burns.
Okay. And when you're preparing an autopsy, do you have to memorialize this autopsy in some way?
Yeah, I do.
Is that part of your job?
Yes.
Do you do that every single time?
Yes.
When do you do that in relation to perform the autopsy?
Well, while doing the autopsy, and just after the autopsy, writing those notes, and then doing the dictation and preparing the report immediately following the autopsy on the same day.
Judge, may I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Showing the witness what I previously marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 3.
Yes, this is the copy of the 8-page autopsy report and toxicology on Konrad Imirowicz.
Thank you. And you said in the toxicology report, what is that?
It is a routine process for medical examiner to take the blood and other fluid for analysis. Many a time we find the cause of death from the results of this analysis. Some people die of alcohol intoxication, some people die of drug intoxications combination. So every case when the fluid and blood is available, we always save it and send it to the lab. And they analyze it, they send us the report, we call it toxicology report.
Doctor, is this report fairly and accurately depict your findings and your process here?
Yes.
Judge, I'd move to admit People's Proposed Exhibit 3.
Mr. Miller?
No objection.
So admitted.
If I can just publish a little bit to the jury, Judge.
Yes. Jury seat number 1. Thank you.
Doctor, can you see the screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay. What are we looking at here on the screen?
Well, on the left side is the first page of the autopsy report, and on the right side is the last page of the autopsy.
Okay. And what information is contained on the left side, the autopsy protocol?
His name, his case number, his age, his gender, his date of death, where he was pronounced and time of death, his date of autopsy, where I did the autopsy, and what date and time I did the autopsy, as well as the cause of death and manner of death.
And on the other page is the final line of your opinion. Can you read that for us?
Yeah, that is final, the last page of the autopsy report. I call it opinion, means my explanation why I determine the cause of death as it is. And that it reads that this 64-year-old white male, Konrad Imirowicz, died of chemical burns with complications. He sustained these burns when caustic chemical was thrown on him. He survived longer than 5 months with medical treatment for these burns. There were no other physical injuries. The manner of death is homicide, and then my name and signature on it.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Veroni, you indicated looking at the toxicology report can sometimes tell you the cause of death and perhaps alcohol intoxication. In this case, we talked about this before at a previous hearing, correct, that this person was someone who drank?
Well, because he survived that long, more than 5 months after injury, we could not run the alcohol 5-month-old, of course. And he was on hospice care lately before he died. So we did not find any alcohol in his system at the time of death.
But that doesn't mean there wasn't alcohol in the system at the time he was injured. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
Thank you. So, Doctor, you can't say, well, let's put it this way. You testified earlier. Did the liver show any alcohol damage?
No, sir.
All right. And given the time since the incident and the date of death, I believe you testified that the liver can really regenerate and and heal itself, correct?
Yes, actually it does. And a lot of people like to hear that if somebody drinks and then doesn't drink for next 5, 6, 7 days, the effect of the alcoholic process on the liver completely heals. So within a week, the liver is back to normal again. But if somebody continue drinking daily without stopping, then liver doesn't have time to recover completely. And then ongoing process creates the chronic liver failure or alcoholic liver disease. But people who are so-called binge drinkers, they usually don't get those liver disease, long-standing liver disease.
Okay. So do you know what his alcohol level was when he was admitted to the hospital?
No, sir. I was not provided that information. Only information I was provided that he was, quote unquote, highly intoxicated at the time.
All right. And if I told you it was 355 milliliters, would that make any sense to you?
If it is...
Judge, just, I don't have a problem with the question, except I believe the measure was milligrams per deciliter.
Okay.
It was.
All right.
If it was done on a whole blood, that is normal, we understand. But if it is done by the hospital on a serum, then you have to reduce about 20% to make it a whole blood.
Okay. So unless you look at it, you really don't know what's there.
No, I do not know what part they analyze. In a hospital, mostly they analyze the serum, which is a clear part of the blood. In normal practice, like we do and the state police does, is the whole blood. So the whole blood is usually about 20% less than the serum level.
Okay. Now, let's talk about the hypertensive heart disease. What all is that?
Well, it is the blood pressure, which normally is systolic about 120, diastolic about 80. So 120 over 80 is a normal reading. Anybody who has a higher than that, those numbers are called hypertension. Usually 130 to 140 range is called the upper limit. As we grow older, that limit go up higher and higher. Like people like me who is close to 70, my systolic pressure usually is around 150, 160, which is normal. It's not hypertension. But diastolic remains the constant one. If it's 80, between 80 and 90, they call it borderline. Anything above the 90, irrespective of age, is hypertension. So that increased pressure makes the extra strain on the heart, and that's why we call it hypertensive chronic disease, because the heart cannot pump properly.
All right. Now, based on the heart you saw in this case, is that something that had just occurred, or is it something that dragged out and had been going on for a significant amount of time?
It has been going on since a long time, because otherwise I would not see the changes in the heart at the autopsy if it came within a short period of time.
So this has been going on for years?
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember taking a look at all at the intake records at Genesis Hospital?
As far as my old memory, yes, I would say yes, but specifically if you ask me something number-wise, that what was that, I cannot answer that.
Okay. And that, it's been a year and a half. It's been a while. All right. Kidney disease. You indicated there were some issues with the kidneys.
Yes, again, that same hypertension creates the damage on the kidney. Well, medical theory is that either kidney start creating problems first and that causes the hypertension, or hypertension is first and then causes the kidney disease. We, as a medical field, we do not understand exactly which comes first, but they are very closely related to each other. One doesn't go without the other one.
Okay. And so they're related, correct?
Yes.
And to the best of your knowledge, that had probably been going on for years too?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know if he was on dialysis when they brought him in?
That part I do not know, sir.
But he, at some point, was on dialysis, correct?
Yes.
Now, if they had brought him home from hospice and not put him on dialysis, would that contribute to his death?
That would be, yes, if it, like I say, without proper functioning of kidney, we cannot excrete all the metabolic chemical product from the body. And that building up metabolic product would create the complications, like you already had other complication, it add-on complication, I should say. Yes.
Okay. So that's a complication, and that would be part of it as well, right?
Yes.
So if he went home on hospice, what is hospice, do you know?
Hospice is somebody sent home and say, okay, somebody gonna die within short time, so the keeping that person in a hospital is not worthwhile, both ways. So they are sent home and for the home care only, and somebody, either practitioner, nurse practitioner or somebody visit them almost daily or every other day and check on them. So that much I know about hospice.
Yeah. And the goal is to kind of keep them comfortable and let them...
Correct.
And again, if they don't get the dialysis, that's going to contribute to it as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, other physical injuries, I understand his legs were amputated. Did you take a look at his hands?
Yeah, his, let me check, I think his left hand had the finger which were not looking good, particularly the left hand. So the end part of those left hand fingers, from the little finger up to the index finger, they were kind of short and the nails were getting darker.
Okay. Now, you didn't do any tests on this chemical, did you?
No, I cannot, like I say, it was, time-wise, it was not possible for me to do anything.
All right. And you obviously didn't interview Mr. Imirowicz.
No.
You rely on whatever information is in the police report, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if that information is hearsay and based on everything else, you still get to rely on it, right?
Yeah, that is accepted for me as a forensic pathologist. I have to rely on a lot of other department information.
All right. So you go with that information no matter what people have testified to when it comes out, correct?
Correct.
Now, you'd indicated there was some issue with the lungs.
Well, his lungs were heavy, loaded with the fluid, and also there was a scarring on surface of both lungs, which, as a pathologist, tells me that he had on and off infection in the lungs, which were then treated with the antibiotic and healed, and during the healing process, the scarring formation happened. So that's what I saw, and that's the process of the lung problem.
All right, so do you know when the lungs were damaged?
Again, only thing I can say is it's a long, many weeks, maybe months injury. It's not like a 1 or 2 days old injury. So that is the best I can tell you, sir.
Okay, so it could have been a long time ago, but it's been working on it over time.
Yes.
So had he been healthy without the lungs, kidney, and liver, well, because liver was okay, lungs and kidney, would he have survived?
If, like I said, that if he did not develop this complication, terminal end complications, yeah, he would have survived. Nobody can tell how long, but he would have survived.
Sure. I mean, he could have had a heart attack possibly at any point in time.
It could happen to anybody, anytime. So,
but he had some extra stuff going on. His heart and his kidneys weren't in good shape, right?
Yeah, it was to begin with before the injury, but that does not really prevent us to say that the injury and complication caused him death.
Thank you, Doctor. Have the proof.
Mr. Sanis?
Thank you, Judge. So, Dr. Varani, I want to ask a couple questions. The first thing is, you talked about the nails on his left hand getting darker. What was that indicating to you?
Means again, the circulation in that hand was not going properly, and that's why many a time the nails are the first one to show little bluish discoloration. That indicates that the circulation in the arm was not proper.
Okay. I want to make sure I understand properly. The hypertensive heart disease and the kidney damage, those things go together, you said?
Yes.
And those were things that had existed for some time before the actual incident with the burns?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us how long that had been there?
No.
Okay.
I cannot. Again, the effect on the kidneys and the heart I observed at the time of autopsy tells me that it is a long-term process. He has hypertension months and months, sometimes years. Otherwise, he would not demonstrate those physical, visible abnormalities in the heart and kidneys.
But up to the point that he had been burned, those conditions had not caused his death.
No, it might have little add-on effect on it because it's pre-existing condition. But in forensic pathology, pre-existing disease, in spite of having pre-existing disease, the injury take the precedent, and the cause and manner of death are classified according to the final injury.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the infections in the lungs, the scarrings in the lungs, you said. Do you know if the scarring, what was the cause of the scarrings, your determination?
Again, it's infection. Anywhere there is an infection, when it heals, if you have a cut in the skin, it will make a visible scar. But inside, you see the scar, which is, we call it adhesions, means the surface of the lungs supposed to be smooth and floating in the chest cavity, and there should be a vacuum between the chest wall and the surface of the lung, so the lung can collapse, expand, and again breathe in and breathe out. In his case, the lungs were stuck with the inside of the wall on both sides. It's a scarring. It is called adhesions, means the surface to surface stuck together. Only way it happens when somebody has on and off infection and healing, that thin lining on the surface, on the chest wall and the lung stick together and start forming the skull.
So the only way that can happen is from repeated infections?
Repeated infection, yes.
This is not something that can occur from some sort of single one-time acute incident?
No, sir.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about relying on the reports you're given. You indicated you had to rely sometimes on reports from other agencies, correct?
Yes, that is part of our statute, medical examiner statute.
And that went into your determination of the manner of death, correct?
Yes.
Does it go into your determination of cause of death?
Cause of death, mostly what I observe during the autopsy. Very rarely, I can count on my one hand finger that cases that I had to rely on information to find the cause of death. Because then physically and physiologically, I don't have any visible injury on the body, visible disease process in the body. Just the example I'll give you is that if somebody's old person sleeping and somebody put the soft pillow on the face and keep little pressure, person stop breathing, person dies. You don't see any injury whatsoever related to that part. But the information is documented somewhere that this is how it happened. I call it a suffocation or asphyxia as a cause of death, which is totally relying on information. But that is very rarely happen. In this case, I saw the visible injury, I saw the congestive heart failure, I saw the complications inside of the body. So that cause of death is there. But manner, of course, I have to rely on information.
And so in determining manner of death, would it be fair to say that you can take comparisons? See if the information you're given from outside matches your physical examinations, and if those things go together, you can declare it a homicide.
Correct.
Is that what happened in this case?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Just briefly. Doctor, you don't know how long that chemical was on the body when it was burned, do you?
From information was what day the chemical was thrown, and that's only how long I can tell you. But how long it stayed on the body before some hospital people cleaned it up, I do not know that.
All right. And you rely on whatever those reports say to make your determination, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, do you have any questions? No. Thank you, sir. Your excuse is a witness.
Thank you.
Judge, I have one more witness today. I'm going to check and see in the hallway if they're here.
Thank you.
We're going to call Blake Shelton.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Blake Shelton.
And sir, raise your right hand. You will be given the oath.
Under penalty of perjury, you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give before this court today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. You may be seated.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Blake Bradford Shelton, BLAKE BRADFORDSHELTON.
Thank you. And do you know a Megan Joyce Imirowicz?
Yes.
Do you see her in court today?
Yes.
Can you please point to her and identify something she's wearing for us?
Over there in the blue blouse.
Judge, ask the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
No objection.
So noted.
Mr. Shelton, how do you know Megan Joyce Imirowicz?
Through my former friend Austin was his sister.
Okay. Did you have contact with Megan around October 8th, 2021?
I can't recall the date. Not that I can remember, no.
Okay. Do you have text conversation with her occasionally back then?
In the time prior to the accident, I would speak to her if I was at Austin's house. There was very little text messaging, very little.
Judge, can I approach the witness?
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm showing the witness what I previously marked as people's for both exhibits 16 and 17. Can you take those from me? Do you recognize those?
Yes.
What are they?
These are photos of text messages between me and Megan.
Okay, so that's a conversation you had with Megan?
Yes.
Does that fairly accurately show the conversation that you had?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I move to admit people's exhibits 16 and 17.
No objection.
So admitted.
And I'm going to publish to the jury, Judge. So these are screenshots, is that right?
These are photos of the messages we had, yeah.
Okay. I've got my cursor here on People's Exhibit 16. Okay, well, one second. Got my cursor here on People's Exhibit 16. Oh, it's not showing up. On Exhibit 16, do you see a date there?
Yes.
What date is that?
That's October 8th, 2021.
Okay, and so you were having a conversation. I assume the me in red is you.
Yes.
The blue in the name in blue, Megan, is Megan.
Yes.
The defendant.
Yes.
Okay. So it looks like you reached out to her asking about some money. Is that right?
Yes. We had. I think she had reached out to me about helping her out with a song for a school project or something along those lines, and it was something I believe that she was going to pay me to help her out with.
Okay. And so then she started telling you. She said, "I get that. I get that. Sorry, I'm just in a hard place. You probably heard what happened, right?"
Yes.
Had you heard about what happened with her father at that point?
I had not. No.
Okay. So then she goes on to say, I'm dealing with a few things first before I can get to the better things. You indicate you had not heard.
Yes.
Okay. And then on Exhibit 17, there's a series of photos there, isn't that right?
Those are videos, yes.
Okay, so that's a series of videos?
Yes.
Judge, I'm going to show on the screen here for authentication purposes what I proposed Exhibit 18. And I'm just going to play for a moment. sorry, Judge, I'm not sure why it's not playing here.
I don't feel like texting, but Friday morning I woke up and...
Do you recall those videos?
I do, yes.
Is that the video that you were sent?
Yes.
Okay, now there was a series of videos. These have been spliced together and part of them edited so that there's something not admissible in there. But did that fairly accurately record what you were sent?
Yes.
Judge, I move to admit People's Exhibit 18.
Mr. Miller?
I guess my question is, have you seen these videos now?
I've seen them, yes.
Okay. And they're what happened on that date?
Those were the videos I received of her, to my knowledge, explaining what she...
Well, before you get into what was actually in the videos, do you recognize the videos as Mr. DeSantis is going to play them? Have you?
Yes, I've
his
seen them.
indication is that they have been edited. Have you seen an edited version?
Judge, I have not shown him the edited version. It was just a cut thing out that I discussed with Mr. Miller.
Okay.
He did, but those are the videos she sent you, correct?
Yes.
Then I won't object.
Thank you. So admitted.
Thank you. I'll just play to the court from the beginning.
I'm going to send this on a video because I don't feel like texting, but Friday morning I woke up and I went to go see my dad because I had a hair appointment, so I needed him to take me. And he was drunk, and I was like upset because he's like an alcoholic and we wanted to stop and everything. So I threw a bag of bread at him because I was angry. I'm not going to throw something that's going to hurt him. And I threw a few other things, but I threw it like at the end of the couch so it like wasn't near him. And I left. And when I left, I said goodbye to him. He said goodbye. And then I needed his like card info for the hotel because I was going to a hotel for my 18th birthday. And then I had Kayla, my friend Kayla, go to my house because she lives down the street to get it from him. And she was like, Megan, your dad's not okay. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, there's like burns on it. And I was like, what? Like, I was so confused because I was like, why is he, like, what is happening? I was like, my instant thought was he probably, like, stood up and fell because he's prone to hurting himself when he's drunk. And I'm always the one who has to go and help him off the floor and make sure he's okay. So I was like, call my brother. I didn't know what to do, like, so I just told her to call my brother and they called an ambulance. And it's like, apparently there were, like, chemical burns on him, and I'm like, I was so like, I don't even know what's happening. And then my brother's like yelling at me saying I did it. I didn't do it. When I left, he was perfectly fine. I would never intentionally hurt my dad. Anyone that knows me knows that I'm against violence, that my dad's like my best friend. I'd never hurt him. And my brother wasn't even there. And Lucas, Kobe, and Bella West over here are like, since they're all best friends, they were like talking to the police, and they were like, yeah, Megan did it. She did it. Were you there? No, you weren't there. Neither was I. Nobody knows what happened. But they all blamed me because people like you in this world don't know how to shut up. And so they all like, they blamed me. They said it was my fault. I wasn't there. I didn't. Cops came to the hotel I was at, and they were like, so your dad is severely injured. He's in the hospital, and everyone's saying you did it. You mean everyone who wasn't there? Is that true? Because what? And they were saying, like, my mom said that my dad didn't know what happened. He didn't know. Like, so how are y'all gonna arrest me for that shit? So I said, take me to jail. Even though I'm fucking innocent, they took me to jail.
Mr. Shelton, was that the videos you received?
Yes.
Is that the first time you had heard about the incident?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Megan about it after?
I believe that after I received these, I had stopped communication, so I don't believe so.
I don't have anything else, Judge.
Thank you. Mr. Miller?
No questions.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions?
I don't have any other witnesses for today. Thank you. My two remaining witnesses in this case are, of course, the trooper, who's an officer in charge and goes last. And my remaining witness is Dr. Laura Seawald of Hurley Medical Center, who is an ER doctor who's working today and is tomorrow at 9:30.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is 2:25. We are going to conclude for today. I will have you come back tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Okay? Great, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Remember, I'm sorry, please don't talk about the case, even between each other. No researching anything, no looking on the internet, dictionaries, encyclopedias, anything of that nature, okay? Have a great night.
All right, jury.
For the record.
Nothing on the people, Judge.
Nothing at
Okay, and Mr. Stannis, you will be concluding tomorrow?
I will.
Okay, and then you'll be calling witnesses.
I'll be calling witnesses. I'm going to move them up from Thursday. I'll try and get in here probably Wednesday afternoon.
Okay, okay, we will start at 9:30. I'm going to do my motion call in the morning. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone.